Grand Oak Club circuit is known for the speed drivers can carry throughout the turns, so try to use every possible inch of track width. Let's see what you've got out there. Maple Valley. Finish the fast Turn 1 farmhouse carousel on the far left to avoid the pit exit road, where cars will be merging onto the track. Let's get you ready for the green flag.
not a Halloween costume, and you must tell him good evening, and look him right where his eyes would be. If he doesn't respond, continue on.
A long time ago, in a little town called Sleepy Hollow, there was a school teacher named Ichabod Crane. Now, Ichabod was a tall, skinny man who was quick to use a ruler on naughty scholars. Ichabod didn't live...
Temperature had yet to grow cold, and there hadn't been any rain in several weeks. I gathered all the boys in a circle and laid out the
Do you know where the spooky traditions of Halloween come from? Join us on History Forge as we unravel the ancient origins of this mysterious holiday, from the Celtic festival of Samhain to modern-day celebrations. Welcome to a thrilling journey through history, where Halloween's secrets come to life. Part 1. Ancient Celtic Roots, Samhain. The story of Halloween begins with an ancient festival celebrated by the Celts over 2,000 years ago in regions that are now known as Ireland, the UK, and parts of northern France. This festival, called Samhain, marked the end of the harvest and the beginning of winter, a time associated with darkness and death. The Celts believed that on the night of October 31st, the boundary between the living and the dead blurred. Spirits of the dead could cross over into the world of the living. This belief was deeply connected to the natural cycles of the year, with winter seen as a time of death for both the environment and the people who were vulnerable to harsh conditions. During Samhain, large bonfires were lit to ward off these spirits and offer protection for the living. People would gather around these fires to perform rituals and sacrifices to honor the gods and ancestors. The lighting of these bonfires was symbolic, representing both the warmth of community and the flames that could keep evil at bay. The bonfires also had a communal element, as they were places for feasting and storytelling, where myths and legends were shared. One of the most prominent features of Samhain was the wearing of costumes. People would dress in animal skins or grotesque disguises to confuse or frighten the spirits that walked the earth. This practice was both protective and celebratory, acknowledging the presence of otherworldly beings while keeping them at a distance. The Celts believed that the spirits could cause mischief, harm crops, or even bring sickness to the people. By disguising themselves, the Celts hoped to avoid being recognized by these spirits and protect themselves from harm. Samhain was not just about fear, though. It was also a time of honoring the dead and communicating with ancestors, who were thought to offer guidance and protection. This belief in the spirit world and its connection to the living was central to Celtic religious practices. The festival also marked a time of divination, where people would attempt to predict the future. Rituals involved the casting of stones, reading of omens, and other forms of fortune-telling, which were believed to be particularly powerful during this liminal period. These practices were intended to provide insights into the coming year, particularly concerning the success of crops and the health of the community. The impact of Samhain was not limited to Celtic religion. It influenced the entire social structure of the community. The festival reinforced the bonds between the living and the dead, between the present and the past, and between individuals and their environment. The rituals and traditions of Samhain provided a framework for understanding life and death, offering a sense of order in a world that was often unpredictable and harsh. The celebration of Samhain was passed down through generations, maintaining its importance in Celtic culture. This festival continued to evolve as Celtic tribes were influenced by other cultures and traditions. Even after the Roman conquest of Celtic lands, the core elements of Samhain persisted. Though the introduction of new beliefs and festivals began to shape the way the Celts celebrated this important occasion, the festival's focus on the dead and the supernatural remained constant. As we explore further in the next sections, the Roman and Christian influences that would soon emerge were layered onto these ancient traditions, adding new dimensions to the celebration of Halloween. Yet, at its heart, Samhain continued to honor the cycles of nature, the spirits of the dead, and the ever-present connection between the worlds of the living and the dead. Part 2. Roman Influence and the Festival of Pomona. As the Roman Empire expanded into Celtic territories, they brought with them their own cultural practices and religious festivals, some of which began to blend with the local customs. One of the most significant influences on the Celtic celebration of Samhain was the Roman festival of Pomona, the god.
I'm sorry, it was just very boring, so.
This happened back when I was a kid. I think I was 12 years old at the time, and it was about 20 years ago now. Halloween was one of my favorite holidays. I loved getting to hang out with my friends, put on some funny costume, and then go out and get a bunch of candy.
Hey, thanks.
This particular year, I remember that my friend Sean was coming over, and he was going trick-or-treating with me. Afterwards, he was going to sleep over at my house. I lived with just my mom and older sister, who was at her best friend's house. Sean and I left to go trick-or-treating at probably 5 p.m. I would describe the neighborhood that I lived in as pretty typical. There were quite a few other houses on my street, and we lived in a large residential area. My street itself was usually pretty quiet though, but we would still get lots of neighborhood kids trick-or-treating. Sean and I first went to all the houses on my street, and then we went to the next street over. We ended up spending hours trick-or-treating until our bags couldn't hold any more candy. I would say it was about 8 o'clock when we decided to head back to my house. During the entire time that we had been trick-or-treating, everything seemed pretty normal. We saw a bunch of other kids out trick-or-treating as well. It took maybe 30 minutes or so to walk back home, but eventually we got there. After getting back inside, Sean and I started going through all of the candy that we got. I remember that not long after, my mom went up to go to bed. Sean and I didn't have school the next day, so we were going to stay up late. We went into the living room and started playing video games. Probably PlayStation 2 or whatever was big back then. There were a lot of fun multiplayer games that we played, and we could do that for hours. But only like 10 minutes into it, the doorbell rang. Of course, Sean and I both assumed that it was a trick-or-treater, but it was pretty late for one. Plus, my mom had turned out the front light before going to bed. We looked at the time, and it was a little after 10 o'clock. This was definitely late for somebody to be trick-or-treating, but it was still a strong possibility. We paused the game, and I got up to check who it was. Sean followed me, but we both stopped to look out the front window from the living room first. We could see out to the front step if we moved the curtains a little bit. When I did, I saw that there was a fully grown man standing there facing the front door. It was not a kid or a trick-or-treater. The man had no costume on of any kind, and I didn't recognize him as a neighbor or anybody that I knew either. After seeing him, we quickly closed the curtains to the window, fearing that the man might look over and see us. We weren't really sure what to do, but decided to just ignore this. We didn't know what the man wanted, but it seemed weird for him to be there. Obviously, I wasn't going to answer the door late at night to some weirdo. The guy rang the doorbell one more time. I was kind of hoping that my mom was still awake and would come downstairs, but she didn't. After the doorbell rang for the second time, things were quiet for a while after that. Sean and I assumed that the man must have left. I felt a little bit better, and we were about to go back to playing video games, but Sean had the idea to check out the window to make sure that the guy was now gone. I agreed and walked over to the window. I pulled back the curtain to look out, but when I did, I saw the man was right there on the other side of the window. He looked right at me as I saw him, and I quickly closed the curtains again. Sean and I both sprinted out of the room and upstairs to get away from there. We went into my bedroom and closed the door behind us. I was really scared, but I felt like we would be safe up there. We didn't know what the man was doing in our yard or right next to the window, but I was hoping that he would just go away. Sean and I were talking to each other about what we had just seen, when suddenly, we heard the sound of glass breaking coming from downstairs. When I heard this, I got 100 times more scared than I already was. Sean and I both ran out of my bedroom and down the hall to my mom's bedroom. When we got inside, she woke up and I told her what was going on. There was a phone in her bedroom and she started to call the police. I went over and locked the bedroom door. There was a phone in her bedroom and she picked it up to call the police. I went over and locked the bedroom door. Then we all went into the closet of the bedroom and got inside of it. We didn't hear any noises, but the guy was downstairs somewhere. It felt like forever as we waited for the police to arrive. I was just hoping that we wouldn't hear the sound of somebody walking down the hallway or the sound of somebody at the door. None of us had any idea who this guy was or why he was here. After waiting for probably 10 or 15 minutes, the police finally got there. They searched the house, but the guy had left. He had broken the front living room window, right by where we had seen him. Several parts of the house downstairs had things messed up, and a couple of items were stolen. We were mostly just happy that the guy was gone, though. I'm not sure why he broke into the house. I was pretty scared for the rest of the night and thought that the guy might come back, but luckily he didn't. That was definitely my scariest Halloween memory. I live alone and have a smaller house in a quiet neighborhood. I don't really celebrate Halloween, but I do enjoy decorating a little bit, and every year I hand out candy to the kids who come to my house. Usually, I would get about 10 to 20 trick-or-treaters if I had to guess. A couple of years ago, it was a typical Halloween. I had a few decorations on the front step, but not too many. I also had a bowl of candy inside for the kids, and I was just hanging out in the living room when I got home from work. Kids started arriving pretty early, but about the typical number showed up. When things got dark, and it was maybe like 7:30, there was another ring of my doorbell. I got up and answered it to see two kids dressed as some type of superheroes. They were probably about 10. I said hi to them and gave them some candy. One of the kids asked me who the guy was who ran behind the house. I was a little confused. The kid asked me if the guy lived here and was trying to scare them. He said he almost didn't go to the front step because of the guy. I still didn't know what he was talking about, and I asked him. The kid said that when they started to head up the driveway, they saw a man dressed in all black, including a mask covering his entire face. The guy was standing by the door, and when they got about halfway up the driveway, the guy suddenly ran around to the back of my house. I told the kids that I didn't know who that was, and he must have been another trick-or-treater. The kids told me that the guy was definitely an adult. I was a little bit concerned, but I told the kids that I didn't know and then sent them on their way. When they left, I wasn't sure if the kids were just messing with me or not. I didn't think that they were, but I guessed it was possible. I decided to go around to the back of my house from the inside and look out the window to the backyard. When I did, I didn't really see anything, but the lighting back there was not the greatest. I wasn't quite sure what to make of it, but figured that it was nothing really. I went back to the living room and sat back down in my chair. Several minutes went by, and I didn't get any trick-or-treaters in that time. But then, I heard the sound of my back door rattling, like somebody was there and trying to get inside. I instantly thought back to what the kid had told me. I got up from my chair and walked over to the back of the house. When I got near the door, I looked out the window and sort of saw a guy there. My view was mostly obstructed, but I could tell that somebody was there, and the person was wearing all black, including a mask. This was definitely the guy. Then, he backed up and moved a little ways away from the door. I walked over and turned on the light switch to the outside back light. When I did this, the guy took off running. I had a decent view of him as he left and ran back out of my yard and around to the front of my house.
Hey, that's cool.
It was a man at least 6 feet tall and dressed in all black, covering his entire face as well. I couldn't tell what he looked like at all.
And I'll text you.
I went back around to the front and saw the guy walk back out into the street and then out of my sight. For the rest of that night, I got maybe 2 or 3 more trick-or-treaters. The guy never came back,
Oh my God,
and I
did
was
you hear
looking
that?
out my
She finally
windows to
did it.
make sure. I'm glad that kid told me about the guy. It creeps me out thinking back on it. I really don't know who he was or what he wanted. I'm guessing that he was going to try to enter my house through the back or possibly even break in. When I turned on the light, I must have scared him off, but I don't know if he chose my house randomly or if there was a reason for it. I'm hoping that he never comes back. This story takes place years ago when I was a kid. For some context, it was probably about 2003 if I had to guess, and I was about 6 or 7 years old. Even though I was so young, I think I remember this night pretty well. I got really excited for Halloween when I was younger because I loved trick-or-treating and getting lots of candy. The whole day was always a fun time. I remember that year I was going trick-or-treating with my older sister, who was about 10. Our parents trusted us to go trick-or-treating around the neighborhood by ourselves, and they would stay back with my younger brother.
All right,
He was very young and maybe like 3 years old.
Hey, thanks
My
everyone.
parents
for
would hand out
joining.
candy and
You
take care
really
of
are
him while we were
person.
gone. Our neighborhood had lots of houses in it,
subscribe,
and they were all roughly the same sizes.
or
At the end of the
follow,
street, there was a park,
depending
and
on
then
what
more streets of
platform
houses past that.
you might be on.
We were planning to go down our street, and then maybe 2 or 3 more of the closest other streets. We didn't want to go too far out, and our parents had also told us not to. I'm not sure what time we left to start, but the sun was just beginning to set. I was a race car driver for Halloween, and I don't remember what my sister was, but there were quite a few other kids out, and we saw some walking down the street as we were leaving. One by one, we went to the houses on our street. We knew some of the neighbors around nearby, and they all said hi to us. Soon, though, we got towards the end of the street where we didn't know the people as well. It was around this time when I remembered that a van drove past us. The street was generally pretty quiet, but it wasn't uncommon for cars to drive by. The only reason I remember the van is because it drove past us going the other way just like a minute later. When it drove past us, it was also going extremely slow. Our parents had always told us to be aware of slow driving cars. It was probably just somebody with kids who were trick-or-treating though. My sister and I went to the next street over where the van had come from. The street connected at the end, and we started at one side of the street and then went to all of the houses. Then we crossed to the other side, went to all of those houses, and then we wrapped around to the park. When we were almost done with that street, the van drove by us again for a third time. This time, my sister said something. It was still going very slowly, and my sister mentioned something about how we kept seeing this van. It certainly was a little bit strange. I remember that it was a tan conversion van, and I couldn't tell who was driving it or anything. As my sister and I were approaching the park at the end of our street, we saw the van once more. This time, it drove extremely slow and then stopped near us. We both looked at it, and the driver's window rolled down. There was a man driving it who had a grayish beard, glasses, and was wearing a baseball cap. He said hi to us and then held out his window a large bowl of candy. He said something like, "Hey kids, come and get some candy." I remember he had a big smile on his face. Now, my sister and I were always told not to approach strangers, and obviously not to approach strange vehicles either. But being that it was Halloween, and it looked like he was just passing out candy, this seemed different. I mean, you would never knock on all of your neighbors' doors at night, but on Halloween that was okay. We stood there just staring at the guy for a moment, and he told us that it was all right and waved us over. He had been maybe 20 feet away from us, and there were no other kids nearby in the street. My sister started walking towards the guy, so I followed. When we reached his driver's door, he told us to take as much candy as we wanted. There were a bunch of mini fun-sized candy bars in the bowl, and we each took like 2. I remember him telling us to take more, and he seemed super friendly. We each took some more, and then the guy told us that he actually had a lot more candy to give out. He said there was a bunch in the back of his van, and we were welcome to help ourselves. Then he pointed to the side door of the van. My sister and I both knew better. This was really weird, and although maybe he did have a bunch of candy back there, we didn't want to find out. I just shook my head, and my sister told the guy no thanks. He was pretty friendly still, and said that it was all right. My sister and I then turned and started walking through the park on the path that it had. The guy remained in his truck and did not immediately drive away. It looked like he was just watching us as we walked farther and farther away from him. I know that I felt a little bit creeped out by this. We walked through the park and eventually reached the next street over. Then we started going to the houses on that street, one at a time. My sister and I got lots of candy on that street, and our bags soon became full. We decided to head home, and that's when we saw the van once more. We saw it enter the street from the other end. My sister pointed it out, and we were pretty close to the park. As it approached, we actually started running to the park to get away from the van before the guy would see us. When we were able to get back on the path that led back to our street, we watched as the van drove by. It was still going extremely slow. My sister and I talked about it a little and how weird it seemed. I was really young, but I knew something was off, and my sister, I'm sure, knew more than I did. We walked pretty quickly back to our street, and then we just had to walk down it until we got to our house. In the time that we were walking down our street, we did not see the van at all. Finally, we made it home, and we got inside of our house. It was probably like 9 p.m. or so by then. When we got inside, we would start eating candy and watching TV or movies. Shortly after arriving home, though, I was in the living room and noticed something out the front window. The van was driving by again. I called for my sister, but she was in the kitchen with my parents. Then, the van actually stopped on the side of the road, right in front of our house. My heart started racing, and I yelled for my sister and my parents. A few seconds later, they came into the room and I showed them the van. My dad pulled back the blinds to look out the window, and when he did, the van began driving away. We told our parents how we kept seeing the van, and the guy gave us some candy. I remember our parents talking to us about strangers and stuff, but it seemed as though the guy was finally gone for good now. It must have been a weekend or something, because I know that we were staying up late that night. For the next couple of hours, I was eating candy and hanging out. I was in the living room, and my parents, I think, were in the kitchen. I was watching TV when I heard the sound of a car driving down the street outside. I raised the blinds a little and looked outside to the street. The van was back. I watched it to see if it would drive past again. It was moving very slowly, like always. The van went a little bit past our house and then pulled over and stopped on the side of the street. This was really creepy. Then, the driver's door of the van opened and the man actually got out. When I saw this, I started yelling for my parents again. They came into the room, and the guy was now walking into the front yard. I said that the guy was back, and my dad walked over to the front door of our house. He opened it, but as he was opening the screen door to go outside, the guy turned around. He then started running back to his van, got inside, and then drove away. I couldn't believe that he had returned yet again. This time, my parents called the police. I remember they came out a short time later and talked to all of us. We reported the guy for being really suspicious. After that, we didn't see him for the rest of the night. I'm really glad that he didn't come back. I didn't realize it at the time, but looking back, my sister and I possibly came very close to being abducted. We were never going to go into his van, but the fact that he wanted us to was very suspicious. I'm hoping that the guy wasn't actually harmful, but I don't know how else to explain his suspicious behavior. I'm a female, and this is something that happened several years ago when I was in college. It takes place on Halloween night, and I was at a new university. I was a junior, but had recently transferred from a different college, and this was my first year there. Because of this, I lived in the dorms. I was able to make some friends at college pretty quickly at my new school, and by Halloween, we had plans to hang out. There was a few Halloween parties going on at some friends' houses and things like that. I dressed up as a cowgirl and walked with my friend to another friend's house. They were having a costume party. This lasted until maybe 10 or 11 at night, and then the people left to go to some bars nearby. I went with some of my friends, but the story really starts when I left the bar. Obviously, with it being Halloween, just about everybody had a costume on of some sort. It was sometimes hard to tell who everybody was. Eventually, though, at one of the bars we were at, I got tired and wasn't feeling it anymore. I decided to go back and go to bed. But none of my friends wanted to leave yet. It was maybe a little past 1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't think it was a big deal that they didn't want to go, and I would go back by myself. The walk back to my dorm would only take like 10 minutes, and it wasn't that cold out or anything. I left the bar and started heading back. There were a few people out on the sidewalk at first, but it got much quieter. I headed down one of the sidewalks back towards campus. That was only a couple of blocks. When I was almost at campus is when I saw the guy walking a ways back on the sidewalk behind me. He was dressed up as the Joker from Batman, but he was wearing a rubber mask instead of painting his face. I had remembered seeing him at one point in the bars. I didn't know who he was, but I figured that it was maybe another student. The guy was maybe 100 feet behind me. As I walked home, he did the same route as me and remained behind me. I stopped paying attention to him though, but when I was back at campus and approaching my dorm, I noticed him again. This was a little bit odd, but he possibly lived in my dorm building. I remember I kept seeing him a ways back, just walking closer to me. He also appeared to be looking at me the entire time, but through the mask, I couldn't really tell. Eventually, I made it to my building and got inside. When I was in, I went to the elevator and up to my floor, which was the 3rd floor. Then I walked to my room and got inside. I changed and then was about to go to the bathrooms down the hallway. When I did, I heard somebody was going to walk past my room from outside. Instead of just walking out of my room, I looked through my peephole to see who was there. I saw the guy dressed up as the Joker walking by. I thought this was kind of strange. He then stopped at my door, which was really weird. That's when I wondered to myself if he had followed me back. Still, maybe he just lived there. My floor was all female, so I knew he didn't live on this floor. He was standing around for a few seconds, and then he kind of started pacing a little bit. He didn't really go out of my view though. Then, at one point, he removed his Joker mask. This revealed that he was probably not a college student. The guy looked to be in his 40s, or maybe even 50s. He was short and heavy-set. I had no clue what he was doing here. Then he put his mask back on and went up to my door and tried opening it. Luckily, the door was locked. He stood there, right on the other side of the door from me. It was terrifying. Then, I heard somebody's door opening from down the hallway. The guy then turned and walked away to the left. When he was out of my sight for a while, I opened up my door and looked out into the hallway. I couldn't see him, and he must have left the floor. I went to bed a short time after that, and I don't believe the man ever returned, but it was really creepy to know that he likely followed me all the way from a bar into my dorm building. This is my story of Halloween last year. I was home and in my basement watching a movie with my friend. She had come over to hang out with me after we both spent some time with some more people in our friend group earlier. We were going to watch some movies, not necessarily scary movies though. I did get a few trick-or-treaters throughout the night as well. My house is a little bit in a quiet neighborhood where most of the properties are about an acre or two, but the neighborhood kids still come around and trick-or-treat. I kept a bowl of candy by the door, and we would get interrupted about every 10 or 15 minutes or so. But that only lasted until about 9 or 9:30 p.m. Then it pretty much stopped. So at almost 11 p.m., when the doorbell rang, I found it odd. I went upstairs from the basement as my friend stayed down. When I got to the front door, I saw somebody dressed up as a cat standing on the front step. The person looked a little bit too tall to be a kid, but I guessed it was possible. Their costume was sort of creepy on its own because the mask was big and very realistic looking. I couldn't tell at all what the person wearing it looked like. I decided to open up the door because I was still up and had a bit of candy left. When I did, the person said, "Trick or treat." But I could tell by the voice that it was a man and not a child at all. I laughed a little and asked him his age. He didn't answer me, but just stood there. I gave him a piece of candy as he stood there facing me. I said that it was a little bit late to be trick-or-treating, but the guy didn't respond. In fact, he actually took a step closer to me. This seemed a little bit weird, so I stepped back inside and closed the door. I told him goodnight, and after I did, I locked the door and noticed the guy was still standing on my front step. It was pretty weird, but I just went back downstairs after that. We unpaused the movie, and I figured that would be the last of the trick-or-treaters. But only about a minute later, my doorbell rang again. I paused the movie again and rolled my eyes. I had a feeling it was the guy dressed up as the cat, but what could he want? I told my friend about him, and she followed me upstairs. We both got up to see that the guy was still in fact standing there on the front step. I didn't know what he wanted. I already gave him candy. Besides, he wasn't even a child, but a grown adult, and I didn't know who he was. I decided that I wasn't going to answer it this time. We both watched him for about a minute or so, and then decided to go back downstairs. I just hoped that he would get the idea and walk away. After we went back downstairs, I unpaused the movie again. For the next 10 minutes, everything was fine. We were on the couch in my finished basement watching TV down there because that was my biggest television. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. The basement was mostly below ground, but there were a couple of windows to outside. I saw somebody was at one of the windows. When I focused my eye on it, it was pretty dark, but I could see the cat face looking in. The guy was there looking at us. I screamed after seeing him, and my friend followed shortly after. We both then ran back upstairs. I was panicking at first and didn't know what to do. Eventually, when I calmed down a little, I went to look out of a different window into the backyard. I didn't see anything though. I turned on a light, which revealed nobody was currently back there at all. He must have left. We then went around to every single window in the house and looked out. The guy was now gone. He didn't come back for the rest of the night. I never found out who he was or what he actually wanted. The way he acted, though, was just very creepy. Close to the town I live in, there was an old and abandoned house out in the country. It was a bit of a drive out of town, so a lot of people in my school talked about it, but they rarely ever went out to it. One Halloween, however, a friend of mine who had his license decided that he wanted to go out and see the house that year. It didn't take very much to convince the rest of our friend group to come along. There were 6 of us all together cramped into the car, and we waited until after dark to go out there to make it scarier since it was Halloween night. All of us got out to the car after we pulled into the yard of the house. The yard was pretty big, and there were tons of overgrown plants. There were no lights from nearby houses or street lights, so the only light was the flashlights that we brought with us. We started walking up to the house slowly from the car. My friend kept shining his light ahead of us up onto the house. I watched as he moved his light on the house, checking out different parts of it. I stopped though when I saw something on the porch of the house. Although I only caught a glimpse of it as his light hit it, it seemed out of place. I checked out what I had seen with my own flashlight, and there on the porch was a pumpkin. It wasn't an old decaying pumpkin that we would have expected to see in an abandoned house either. I told my friends that somebody might be living here inside the house since there was a freshly carved pumpkin. My friends shrugged it off though, saying it was Halloween and some other kids probably put it there as a joke. We decided to continue, and were still walking when I heard a noise off from the side of the house. I shined my light over in the area just in time to catch somebody coming up to the side of the house. There was a man on the side of the house who I caught creeping around the corner of it. He was already watching us when the light hit him, and he had a huge knife in his hand. Once the man's position had been revealed, he began to come towards us as fast as he could. I say that he went as fast as he could because the man wasn't moving very well. He was doing a half hobble, half run towards us, like he was injured or missing part of his leg. Fortunately, all my friends had seen him by now, and we all turned and began running very quickly back towards the car. I looked back as I was getting myself into the car to see that the guy was still coming after us. As we pulled away from the house, 2 of my friends were laughing, saying that they had set the whole thing up. They said they had gotten a kid from school to head out earlier and wait for us so he could come and scare us. I had been the only person to really get a good view of the man who was chasing us, and I knew for a fact that it was not a high schooler. I insisted upon it, telling my friends that whoever it was not the person that they had sent out there to scare us. Sure enough, the 2 friends who had set up the scare checked their phones to find voicemails and texts from the kid who was supposed to scare us. He had been at the house, but never got the chance to pretend to attack us, because the same guy had gone after him, so he left immediately. He had left voicemails and texts saying to abort and to not go to the abandoned house, but they hadn't seen them due to bad cell service. We had no idea who tried to attack us that night or why, and when the police investigated, they found nobody there. Back in the Halloween of 2005, I went trick-or-treating with my best friend Ryan. We met up at my house not too long after school and hung out there for a bit. Then we put on our Halloween costumes, where I was Spider-Man and Ryan was Batman. We then left my house and started trick-or-treating in my neighborhood first. Ryan also lived in my general neighborhood, but was several blocks away. It took probably 20 minutes to walk to his house. Ryan's mom went with us as we trick-or-treated, and we ended up going all the way to his house. Our neighborhood had lots of houses in it, and there were quite a few other kids out trick-or-treating as well. After several hours, we both got tons of candy. It was a great night of trick-or-treating. Then we went inside of Ryan's house and we hung out there for a bit. My mom was going to come and pick me up at 10 and drive me back to our house. Ryan and I just hung out in his bedroom, eating our candy and playing video games. Ryan's parents and older sister were also home as well. I remember that we heard a knock at the front door though, and we both got up to go see. We thought that it was probably more trick-or-treaters, and Ryan wanted to be the one to hand out the candy since we hadn't got a chance to because we had been out. He called to his parents in the other room saying that he would handle it. When we got to the door though, we looked out and we saw what appeared to be an adult man standing there. The guy was looking down, wearing a hooded sweatshirt that completely covered his head, and we could barely see his face, but he did not appear to have any kind of a costume on. Right away, it looked suspicious. Plus, it was pretty late at this point. Ryan and I had stayed out trick-or-treating about as late as we were even allowed to. The guy then knocked on the door again, and we were right there on the other side. We didn't say anything, but we went into the other room and found Ryan's parents. We told them that it was just some random guy. By then, the knocking had stopped, and when we walked back to the room, the man was gone. Nobody knew who this guy was or why he was at the door, but it seemed a little strange. Ryan and I went back to his room to continue playing video games and stuff. His room was at the back of the house, and I remember that maybe 15 minutes later, Ryan suddenly told me to look at the window. When I did, I saw what he was already looking at. The same hooded man was standing in the backyard. He was just kind of standing there. The guy was maybe 40 feet from Ryan's window. He did not appear to be looking towards us, and he was still looking down. After watching him for a few moments, we both instantly got up and ran out of the room. Ryan went back towards his parents and told them about it. They looked out into the backyard, and they turned on the light to the patio. When that happened, the man turned and left the backyard, running away. We never got a good look at his face, and it was really weird. After that, we figured that he was gone for good, and probably just a guy trying to mess with people on Halloween. So nobody called the police or anything like that, but it was still really strange. A little while later, my mom arrived at Ryan's house and picked me up. She drove us back to our house, and we got there like a minute later. When we got home, I was in the living room for a while before I had to go to bed. Then when it got late, I went to my bedroom. Like Ryan's, my bedroom was at the back of the house. I remember that I turned my lights out and was getting into bed. That's when I looked out of my bedroom window, and I noticed what appeared to be the same guy back there. I couldn't believe it. He was standing in the backyard, very similar to the way that he had in Ryan's backyard. For a moment, I really couldn't believe my eyes, but he was there. I ran out of my room and found my parents in the living room. I told them about the guy, and we all went to another back window. By the time we got there, though, he was gone. After a while, I went to bed again. It took me a long time to fall asleep. I kept looking out the window, but the man never returned. Eventually, I did fall asleep, and after that, I never saw that guy again. When I was really little, my parents would let me stay up late on the weekends. Halloween this particular year landed on a Saturday, so I was up late by myself in the living room watching TV. Late that night, as I was drifting in and out of sleep watching TV, I heard a noise from the front porch. It was the sound of the old swing creaking back and forth, and it could have been the wind, but I was paranoid as a young kid and I went to check it out. Cautiously, I crept to the window by the porch and I looked outside, and what I saw was horrifying. An older woman, probably in her 50s, was sitting on our swing. She was wearing nothing but a nightgown, and her skin was smeared with blood. In her hand, she held a large kitchen knife. I felt like I was dreaming, but it was all too real. I was only 7 at the time, so I sprinted to my parents' room, yelling and crying that there was a scary woman outside. My dad woke up first and asked me to calm down and explain what happened. I stuttered in between the breaks in my crying that there was a woman on the porch with a knife. My dad's expression shifted from confusion to frustration. He thought that I was imagining things, and he told me it was probably a bad dream, saying that I could sleep in their room for the rest of the night if I wanted. I wouldn't let it go though, and finally I managed to convince him to get out of bed and go check the porch. When we reached the door, he unlocked it and swung it open, ready to show me nothing was there, despite my pleas to not open the door or go outside. My dad even started to say, "See, there's nothing out there," when he saw the lady who was still sitting on the porch swing. I'll never forget the look on his face when he saw her. She turned slowly, staring at us with wild eyes. For a moment, everything was silent, and then my dad slammed the door shut and locked it. After telling my mom, who was now awake, to call the police, he rushed to grab his gun. When my dad returned to the door, he cracked it just enough to the point the barrel of the shotgun could go outside, and he asked the woman what she was doing and to get off our porch. The woman didn't move. Instead, she just looked at us. She finally uttered something towards my dad after a while. "Somebody killed my husband, but it wasn't me," she said. Her voice was trembling. My dad had no idea how to respond, and he just said that the police were on the way and could help her once they get there. She glanced down the street, then back at us, panic flashing across her face. She spun around and took off, disappearing into the night. My dad quickly closed the door, locking it again, and I heard him shout for my mom to keep the phone ready. He stood there until the police arrived, listening, eyes darting around as if he expected her to come back at any moment. The police arrived about 15 minutes later. They searched the area and eventually found her trying to break into one of our neighbors' houses. Apparently, she was crazy and off of her medication. She had gotten into a fight with her husband and attacked him with a knife, but did not seriously hurt him. When he was able to push her out of the house, she cut herself with the knife, either trying to hurt herself or make it look like her husband did it. The police never talked to us about it, so that's just the story that we heard from the woman's neighbors. It was by far the scariest Halloween of my life so far, and after that night, I've never slept out in the living room again. The thought of that woman with the knife haunted me, and I was paranoid for most of my childhood of being in the living room late at night and hearing the sound of the porch swing moving. This happened back on Halloween night of 2016. I worked pretty late on Halloween, and I started driving back home at around 10 p.m. I lived by myself in a smaller house. I knew that I probably wouldn't be home for any trick-or-treaters with me having to work late, so I left a bowl of candy on my front step for them. Overall, I didn't really do anything for Halloween other than that. We had some decorations at work and stuff, but I was pretty busy with my job. So it took me about 15 minutes to drive home, and the roads were all pretty quiet by this time. I remember, though, that when I was about a mile or so from my house, I saw this guy dressed as a clown standing on the side of the road. He was sort of off in the ditch, and this was just a sort of quiet road with woods on both sides, so it was weird that he would be standing there. As I drove by, the clown man waved at me. I knew that it was somebody dressed up for Halloween, probably trying to scare people. I waved back and continued my drive home. Just a couple of minutes later, I arrived to my neighborhood. My street was pretty typical, with many houses on it, and at this hour, all the trick-or-treaters were done, so it was now very quiet. However, as I approached my driveway, I noticed something. There was another guy fully dressed as a clown, wearing a mask and everything. He was standing right in the middle of my driveway in front of the garage and holding a balloon. Even with it being Halloween, I was still creeped out at the sight. I started to pull into my driveway, but I stopped at the back end of it. The clown looked directly at me, but did not wave or anything. I thought that maybe he would walk away or something, but he stayed put. So I rolled down my window a little and I called out to him. I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" He didn't acknowledge me at all, and he just kept standing there holding his balloon. I told him that I had to get my car into the garage, and he was in my way. He still didn't move though, so at that point, I wasn't really sure what to do. After like a full minute of me sitting there with the car running, I decided to just get out and go inside. I figured that the clown would move eventually. I parked my car at the very back end of the driveway, still a good 30 feet or so from the clown. Then I turned my engine off and got out. The clown was still standing there, continuing to look at me. Right when I started to take a few steps into my yard, the clown began to walk towards me, and he was walking at an angle where he would reach me before I got to my front door, so I stopped. And when I stopped, he did as well. I didn't know if it was a good idea to go for my front door anymore, because I would have to unlock it, and if he was going to chase after me, he would be able to catch up with me. Then, all of a sudden, I saw 3 more clowns come running out from behind my house. They were literally sprinting and heading in my direction. I didn't waste any time, and I instantly ran back for my car. I quickly got inside of it, locked the doors, and then scrambled to start my engine as quickly as I could. The 3 clowns, as well as the original one, ran right up to my car. One tried opening my driver's door, and the other my passenger's one. Within seconds, I was able to back out of the driveway, leaving them standing there. They didn't follow me into the street, but just kept standing at the end of my driveway. As I drove away, they all at once started waving at me. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. I drove out of my neighborhood and just went around random streets for like 5 to 10 minutes. Then I went back home, hoping that the clown men would be gone. If they were still there, I was going to call the cops. But thankfully, when I arrived back, they were all gone. I got out of my car and I looked through my backyard as well as front, and nobody was there. But when I got to my front door, I saw that the balloon that the one clown had been holding was now tied to my door handle. It was one last thing to really creep me out. I went inside and was a little worried that the clowns might return, but they didn't. That was my scariest experience that I've had during Halloween. It was Halloween night, and I was excited about the party at a friend's off-campus apartment. It was a costume party, and I ended up having a lot of fun. It was packed, and just overall a fun evening with my friends. Eventually, around 1 a.m., I decided to head home after saying my goodbyes. The drive home would take about 20 minutes. As I was leaving, I noticed another car pulling out at the same time, and they ended up turning the same way. I didn't think much of it for most of the drive, but eventually I noticed that they had been behind me for the entire drive, tailing me pretty closely as well. I decided to test it out if I was being followed, and tried to shake them off. I made a few turns, hoping to lose them, but the car still followed me. At this point, it still could have easily been a coincidence, but I had concerns, especially because of how close they were following me. I turned onto a less traveled road, and the other car stayed right behind me. I glanced at my rear-view mirror, and the headlights were glaring back, illuminating the interior of my car. I could see the outline of a figure behind the wheel, but I couldn't make out any details. I even increased my speed, hoping to create some distance. I took a sharp turn onto a dirt road that led to a nearby park, hoping to lose them in the twists and turns, but the car stayed right on my tail. There was no way I was going to let this person see where I lived, so I just kept driving. I decided to head back towards the main road, desperate to find a place where there were more people. Before I could get back to the main road, though, things escalated. I could see them trying to get beside me, speeding up and trying to force me off the road. I thought about calling for help, but I didn't want to take my eyes off the road. I swerved to avoid a collision, and the next time they came up and tried to push me off the road, I slammed on the brakes to avoid them. The pursuing car, which was now ahead of me after I slammed on the brakes, veered sharply and lost control, flying off the road into a ditch. I stayed in my car, but didn't leave yet, because part of me still wanted to make sure they were okay and call an ambulance if I needed to. After a few seconds, they emerged from their car. The driver stood up and faced me. They were wearing a Grim Reaper costume with a mask covering their face, so I assumed that they must have been at the costume party that I had left from and followed me from there. After the confirmation that they weren't dead from the crash, I sped out of there and finished the rest of my drive back home. When I finally got back to my apartment and locked the door, I called the cops, explaining the situation and where the crash had happened. I later learned that when they arrived at the scene, the person in the costume was nowhere to be found, and the car they had been driving had been stolen. I was still very nervous after that night, because whoever had been following me knew what my car looked like and probably had my license plate, but I never had any following encounters. I live by myself in a smaller 2-bedroom house. Last Halloween, something really strange happened. I don't really celebrate Halloween or do anything for it. I'm an adult, and I'm not really into horror stuff, and I don't really have friends that are either. So most Halloweens are just a normal day for me. However, I do always make sure to have some candy on hand around Halloween to give to kids. My neighborhood is usually pretty quiet though, so I might get like 10 trick-or-treaters if that. Last year, shortly after I got home from work, the trick-or-treaters started. There were a few at around 5:30 or 6 p.m. I was mostly just in my living room, and I would occasionally get up and give the candy to the kids. I got about the usual amount of trick-or-treaters. By 8 or 9 p.m., things had quieted down significantly, and there weren't really any more people trick-or-treating. But that's when the doorbell rang as I was sitting there watching TV. I got up and walked over to the front door and looked out. I thought that it would be a kid trick-or-treating, but when I got to the door, nobody was there. I didn't think too much of it, and I went back into the living room. Probably 30 minutes later, there was a knocking at the door. It was pretty loud and constant. When I heard it, I got up, and the knocking kept going for a good 10 or 15 seconds straight. By the time that I reached the door, though, it had stopped. After looking outside, nobody was there again. This time, I stepped outside and I looked around. There was nobody that I could see, so I went back inside after that. It was probably just a prank, somebody knocking on my door and then running off, but it was kind of weird. After that though, it didn't happen again for the rest of the night. A while later, I went to bed. The next day was now November 1st, and it was a pretty normal day for me with work and stuff. That night though, at around 10 o'clock, there was another knocking on my door. This was really weird now, because it wasn't Halloween anymore. The knocking, just like the previous night, was constant and pretty loud. I went over to go and see who it was again. However, the knocking stopped as I approached, and when I finally got to look out the window, nobody was there. I once more went outside and I looked around. I even walked around the front yard a little bit. I couldn't see anybody though, so at that point I went back in, and I didn't get any more knocking that night. Well, the next night, it happened yet again. Once more, it was a little bit later, and I was in the living room. There was the same loud and constant knocking. This time, I stayed where I was. The knocking kept going for like 30 seconds straight though, so at that point, I got up and I ran over to the door. When I approached it though, the knocking stopped again. I opened up the door and nobody was there. I looked around and thought that I saw movement down the street of possibly somebody running away, but I didn't get any kind of good look at all. I went back inside after that, and the rest of the night there was no more knocking. The next night nothing happened, and since then I haven't had any more strange occurrences. I'm guessing that it was just a prank by maybe one of the neighbors or something. Still, to do it 3 nights in a row like that after Halloween is pretty creepy. One Halloween night, when I was 15 years old, my friends and I went trick-or-treating. We were fairly old to be trick-or-treating, but we decided that it would be fun to have one last year going door to door together. We started out in our neighborhood, but we weren't getting much. We agreed to make the trek over to the rich neighborhood, which was known for giving away king-sized candy in the past. The quickest route to the rich neighborhood was a shortcut including a path through a section of the woods. My friends and I had taken this path many times before to go to other friends' houses who lived in that neighborhood. Personally, I had only been on the path during the daytime though, and I was a bit nervous to walk through a longer stretch of woods at night. However, the majority of the group didn't want to waste precious trick-or-treating time by taking the long way there, so we ended up taking the shortcut through the woods. As we entered the woods, the light and noise from the neighborhood behind us eventually faded, leaving the only sound of us crunching our way through the leaves in the forest and talking. Over the talking of the group, I thought I heard something behind us though. I heard the crunching of leaves, sounding like footsteps, but maybe it was an animal. I swung the flashlight behind us, but I saw nothing there. However, by doing this, I did get the attention of the group. Everybody fell silent and stopped walking, turning around to see what I was looking at. I explained that I thought I heard footsteps crunching in the leaves behind us, but that I didn't see anything. We chalked it up to an animal and continued walking, but we all stayed pretty quiet now, whispering amongst ourselves. A few moments later, the noise happened again. This time, everyone in the group heard it, and we whirled around to see 2 men dressed in all black off the path and a bit in the woods. This was enough to send the group running as fast as we could, wanting to get out of the forest. We didn't dare to look back, but we could hear the 2 men now crashing through the forest behind us on the path. It sounded like they were gaining on us, but we all made it out of the woods and back into the neighborhood scene just in time. Once we were back in the neighborhood, we hung around for a bit to see if the 2 men would emerge from the woods, but they never did. Maybe we just happened upon 2 guys in the woods, and they decided to play a prank on us, but it was all very strange. Since we were only 15 at the time with no adults around, it definitely felt like a dangerous situation. Back when I was in college, I had a crazy experience one Halloween. It was my junior year, and I will also mention that I'm a female for background information. I was 21 and had been going to the university for 3 years. It was a pretty large university with thousands of students, and I lived in an apartment with my roommate. So for Halloween that year, me and some friends were invited to a Halloween party. It was at a friend's house who had hosted several college parties earlier in the year. That night, we first went to a bar, and it was really busy there with it being Halloween night. Most people had all kinds of different costumes on and stuff. Then we walked over to the party at my friend's house. It was several blocks away from where we lived, and about a 10-minute walk from the bar. When we got there, there was already a good amount of people at the party, and we knew most of them. It only got busier and busier though. At one point during the Halloween party, one of my friends came up to me and pointed out a guy who was across the room. He was a guy with dark hair, and I'm not even sure what his costume was, but she told me that he was a creep, and she wanted to leave now that she saw that he was at the party. I asked her what he did, and she just said that he's really weird and he wouldn't leave her alone in the past. Then she said that she needed to get out of there before he saw her, and she walked away. I wasn't going to leave just yet though, because all my other friends were still there. So probably 30 minutes went by, and I remember that all of a sudden, this guy came up to me. It was the same guy my friend said was a creep. Personally, I had no clue who he was, and I had never seen him before. I assumed that he went to the same college though. He said hi and introduced himself to me. I was really not that interested in him, but I did have a short conversation with the guy. He didn't say anything that weird or creepy at first, but he did come across as a little strange. After talking to him for like 2 or 3 minutes, I said that I was going to get something to drink and I walked away, but the guy just followed me over there and kind of kept talking to me. By then, the party was extremely crowded, and I didn't know as many people there anymore. I really didn't want to talk to this guy, but he wouldn't leave me alone. Then one of my friends came up to me, and she said that they were going to Jake's house and asked if I wanted to go. Jake was in our friend group, but I had never personally been to his house. By then, I was ready to leave the party, and I said yes, I would go. My friend said that she was going to get one of our other friends and then leave, and then she walked away into the crowd of people. I should have went with her right then and there, but I didn't. It was so crowded that I didn't know where anybody else was in the moment. Meanwhile, the guy continued to talk to me, and I remember he asked me if I wanted to go to his house. I told him no, I couldn't. I said that I was going to Jake's house. I remembered that this guy said that he knew where Jake lived, and he was also going there. I was not happy to hear that he was going to be there, but I asked him what Jake's address was. The guy told it to me, and I put it in my phone. Then I told him that I was going to the bathroom before leaving. I said that because I was afraid that he would want to go to Jake's with me, and I wanted this guy to leave me alone. So I walked upstairs and used the bathroom at the crowded party. When I got out, the guy was thankfully gone. My friends were also gone though. I looked all around the party for them and I couldn't find them anywhere. So I put in the address to Jake's that the guy gave me. It was like a 15-minute walk. So I set out by myself and I started walking on the now quiet streets. I made my way along the sidewalk, and I was seeming to be getting farther and farther away from campus, but I didn't really question it. When I got to the street that Jake lived on, I realized that it looked pretty run down. These houses were not in very good shape at all. I mean, most college houses are old and in not the best shape, but these were really rough. Soon I saw the address, but it just didn't seem right. The house appeared to have the lights off, and I couldn't tell if anybody was there. I double-checked the address on my maps and it was correct, so I walked up to the front step, and I didn't hear any noise from inside like people talking or anything. Before I could open the door and knock though, the door opened. A man stood there, wearing all black and a ski mask. I figured it to be a costume for Halloween, but it was still creepy. I didn't recognize the guy. He didn't say anything, but he waved me in. I realized right then that I was definitely at the wrong house, because looking inside, all the lights were out. I started backing away, and I said that I was at the wrong address. Then I saw another guy emerge from the darkness in the house. It was the same guy who kept talking to me at the party. He told me to come inside, and I told him that this was not Jake's house. The guy then admitted it wasn't, and said that it was his house. I turned around and started walking away. The guy actually followed me out of the door though. He started walking after me outside, and at that point, I just took off running. I heard the guy start to run after me. I sprinted down the street and then went into a random yard. I cut through it and then went into the person's backyard. I then cut through another property to the next street over. After that, I stopped and I caught my breath. I didn't see the guy chasing me anymore. I walked along the sidewalk and called several of my friends until one of them picked up. I told them what happened. One of the guys at Jake's house came and picked me up after that. Luckily, I didn't see the other guy in the meantime. Then I was reunited with my friends. After that night, I never saw that guy again. I guess my friend was right about him being a creep. When I was a kid, my family would visit my grandparents every holiday. They lived in a small town, and my aunt lived just 2 houses down from them. But between my aunt's place and my grandparents' place was the house of a woman everybody avoided. She was a large woman, over 6 feet tall, and she dressed in a long dress with heavy work boots. Around her neck, she wore what looked like logging chains. The only time we ever saw her was in her backyard, tending to her garden or outside scrubbing the walls of her house. It was strange. She'd be out there for hours just cleaning the outside of her home. But what stuck with me was her voice. She'd scream at us kids from her yard, hurling all kinds of insults, saying the devil was coming for us. The adults always warned us to stay away from her and ignore her. She scared us to the point that when we went between our aunt's house and our grandparents' house, we would run the short distance past the strange woman's house, convinced that she'd be watching us from the windows. One Halloween, things took a turn. We were all gathered at my aunt's house, planning to go trick-or-treating. One of the older cousins dared the younger kids, which included me, to go knock on the creepy lady's door. We didn't want to seem like cowards, and in the group, there were 6 of us, so surely nothing bad would happen to a group. We went quietly onto the porch and reached for the doorbell. As soon as it rang, we heard loud banging sounds from inside, like doors being slammed or furniture moving. Eventually, the door swung open, and there she was, standing in the frame, holding a severed head which looked disturbingly real. We scrambled off of her porch and screamed as we took off running. We could hear her voice behind us as she laughed and shouted that the devil was coming for us. We told the adults back inside our aunt's house about what happened and about the head. They all just dismissed it as a Halloween prop and scolded us to stay away from the woman's house. The rest of that Halloween night was uneventful as we went trick-or-treating and stayed far away from the weird lady's house. About a month later, my parents got a phone call that the lady had tried to kill my aunt while she was bringing in groceries. The lady had one of those rope saws and had come up behind my aunt with it, putting it over her head and attempting to saw it off. My aunt was able to escape, and my uncle came and beat the lady up with a fire poker. The police investigation revealed that the woman had been digging tunnels inside her home, and they were coming up under my aunt's, my grandparents', and another neighbor's house. She had been bringing the dirt up and putting it in the raised beds of her gardens. She also had a shrine of some sort of underground, which had a few severed heads around it, revealing that the head we saw on Halloween night was indeed very real. My aunt survived the whole encounter, with the only damage being a scar across her neck. It's very scary to know what the lady was planning to do once she finished her tunnels. I'm glad that my family is safe now, and even more glad that we didn't live in that town. This is something that happened back on Halloween night when I was a kid. I remember that I was about 8 or 9 years old, and I was going to go trick-or-treating. My older sister was 16, and she did not go trick-or-treating anymore, so she was going to go with me and act as my babysitter for the night. I wanted to go trick-or-treating by myself, but my parents said that she had to go with me, and I was too young. They obviously didn't want me walking up and down the street all by myself at night. even if it was Halloween. So we set out at around 6 p.m., and I was going trick-or-treating as a football player. Our neighborhood was huge. There were many different houses along it, and the plan was to go up and down our street and maybe 3 or 4 other streets, really however much we had time to do. So my sister would walk with me along the sidewalk, and then she would stand at the end of the driveways and wait for me as I went up to the houses. I saw a decent amount of other kids and parents also out as the night went on. At one point, at least 2 hours in, I went to this one house a few streets over from ours. The driveway was pretty long, and I went up to the house and I rang the doorbell. The owner of the house said hi and gave me some candy. When I walked away though, I saw that there was this older looking minivan stopped on the side of the road. It looked like the driver of the van was talking to my sister. I walked back down the driveway to my sister, and I didn't really know what was going on. But shortly after I got there, the van just drove away. I remember my sister telling me that the guy in the van tried giving her a ride. She said that he asked her if she needed a ride, and even after she said no, he was telling her to hop in. We were both kind of creeped out about it. I didn't know if the guy had bad intentions or if he actually thought she needed a ride, but I knew that we obviously were not supposed to get rides from strangers. We kept going down the street, and I was going to more houses. About 20 minutes later though, as I walked along the sidewalk with my sister, we saw the van again. It was driving down the road from the opposite way and going really slow. When it approached us, the driver's window rolled down. I saw this man with a beard and kind of long hair. He had an overall sloppy appearance, and as his van slowed down significantly, he said hi to me and my sister. He asked us if we needed a ride again. My sister was quick to say no, and we kept walking. The guy said in a creepy way, "You sure?" Then he drove off. My sister then said that we should probably head back now. By then, it was getting a little bit later anyways, and there were significantly less kids and parents out. Even though I wanted more candy, I agreed. I was a little bit worried that the man would come back again. So I went to just like 10 more houses, and then we decided to go back. I was satisfied with the amount of candy that I had gotten. As I walked with my sister, we got towards the end of the street that we were on, and then turned. We walked past this little park that connected to our neighborhood. There were more houses on the other side of the park. As we walked past, I could just barely see the same van driving through that neighborhood. We walked faster and hoped to make it back. Soon we reached our street, but the street was very long and it would still take us a few minutes to reach our house. As we were walking down, I heard a car approaching us from behind. I looked back and saw that it was the same van. When it was still a good distance away, my sister and I both picked up that it was the van and recognized it. My sister told me to go up the driveway to the house that we were right in front of. Even though I had already trick-or-treated there, I did. This time, my sister went with me. When we got all the way up to the door, we watched, and the van slowly drove by. It appeared to almost come to a stop when it was directly in front of the house that we were at, but eventually it did drive away. Then my sister and I returned to the sidewalk. We started walking as fast as we could to get back home. Now, this was before cell phones were really that popular, and my sister didn't have one yet despite being 16, so we couldn't call my parents or anything. As we walked down the street, we soon saw up ahead that the same van was now parked on the side of the road. We would have to walk past it. We decided to just go for it, and we went even faster. We were basically jogging now. When we went past the van, at first it didn't do anything, but then I could hear it starting to drive. Our house was within sight at this point. My sister and I both started sprinting, and we got through the front yard. We went right up to the front door and then got inside. The first thing that we did after entering was lock the door behind us, and then my sister found our parents. She told them how a creepy guy was following us and stuff. We went to the window and we saw that the van was parked right out front, but nobody appeared to be inside of it. I remember that my dad actually went outside and approached the van. He knocked on the window and looked inside, but soon returned, saying that nobody was in the van. We knew that it was not a neighbor or anything. Then, like 30 seconds after my dad got inside, somebody tried opening the back door to our house. We all knew that it was the guy. My dad walked over to the back of the house and yelled from the other side that he was calling the cops. The man actually ran around our house, and then we saw him sprint back to his van and get inside. He quickly drove away after that. My parents called the police, and they arrived a while later. We told the police everything that we could,
and they said that they would try to locate the man. Then they left. I'm guessing that the guy left town after that. I'm not sure if he was ever found, but I know that I never saw him again after that, and I'm really glad that my sister and I got away from him.
Welcome to Season 5, Episode 18 of They Walk Among Us, a podcast dedicated to UK true crime. This episode contains distressing themes and descriptions of violence. This podcast is intended for a mature audience. Listener caution is advised. Halloween is supposed to be the creepiest time of the year. The nights draw in early, and scary stories are told. When it's a true story and the murder is unsolved, it's even more unsettling. The killer could be someone you know, a person in your family, or a kindly neighbour. On October 31st, 1963, the night sky was illuminated by a full moon. Two children noticed a woman peering out of a window in her home. They didn't know it would be the last time she was seen alive. Catherine Lillian Armstrong, an ex-headmistress, lived in Newcastle. Her home, a 10-bedroom corner property called Dorchester House, sat on Gold's Pink Lane, positioned off Sandyford Road, a large, long central road that runs through Sandyford in Newcastle. The 70-year-old had relocated to Newcastle from Southampton 30 years earlier. When her parents moved, Catherine moved with them. After all, there was plenty of room. Catherine had not married, so when her parents passed away, she was left living alone in the sizable property. She retired in 1957 at age 64, leaving behind her job as headmistress at Denton Road Junior School. Catherine's time was often then spent at the church. She had been a member of the same choir at the Central Methodist Church on Northumberland Road for decades. In this time, she volunteered for and was still on several committees. She was the treasurer of the Mission Fund, and as such kept a small amount of cash in her house. Catherine's cousin tried to persuade her to stay nearby, but downsized from the 10-bedroom house to a more manageable property. In an interview with the Chronicle newspaper almost 60 years later, Ada Ridley, who also lived in Newcastle and was the one to raise the alarm, spoke about her relative. My cousin's home was big, dark, and gloomy. It got no sun. Time and time again, I told her she should leave and take a flat near me. Whether Catherine Armstrong did not want to leave the church congregation that she was so familiar with, or move away from the home where she had lived for so long, no one knows. Still, Ada did say of her cousin, she was very independent, and she said she was not at all afraid of living alone. Catherine's friend Lillian Launch became concerned when she noticed Catherine's curtains were still closed at 10:15 on the morning of November 1st. Lillian informed Catherine's cousin Ada, who didn't live far away. The women made the decision to call the police. When officers gained access to Catherine's home, they found the pensioner bloodied and lifeless in the downstairs hallway. Leading to the stairs, a few £1 notes were scattered around her body. She was clothed in a dress and slippers. Perhaps she had planned on going to a church meeting with funds for the mission despite the miserable weather outside, before she was set upon. Her clothes were dishevelled, and deep wounds as well as scratch marks were visible to her face. Catherine's thick nylon stockings were tied tightly around her neck. Later, it was determined the wounds were the cause of death, not strangulation. The murderer seemed to be overzealous, using two methods to make sure she was dead. Lillian Launch was the person to formally identify her friend's body at the infirmary later that day. Neighbors congregated in the street during the evening, discussing the awful crime and the body that had been discovered earlier that day, only a short distance away from their homes. There seemed to be no bad blood between any of the residents, and a neighbor that was described as quiet and kindly. On the evening of November 1st, a man had called the emergency services. He told the operator that he was the Sandyford murderer, and then he put the phone down. The telephone box used to make the call was traced to a place on St. Mary's Road just under a mile away from the murder scene. The identity of the caller was never discovered. It's hard to imagine what the motive was for murdering an elderly woman. Catherine Armstrong appeared to have no enemies. Though robbery was initially suspected due to her living in such a large property alone, nothing in the home seemed to have been taken. Newcastle police were quick to ask for assistance in the case from Scotland Yard. The day after Catherine Armstrong's death, two detectives arrived in the morning to help. The Detective Superintendent Eric Reed and Detective Sergeant Leslie Alton. Upon their arrival at Newcastle train station, they travelled directly to Newcastle General Hospital with some members of the Newcastle Police Force, who were assigned to investigate the case. They were there to attend Catherine's post-mortem. The two investigators from Scotland Yard made it back to their hotel just after midday. DS Reed addressed the press who were waiting for the officers to arrive so they could report on the results of the post-mortem. He told them, "We have found no trace of a murder weapon, nor do we know when Miss Armstrong was last seen." DS Reed refused to disclose any further details at the time. However, the results would later be revealed. Despite her advanced years, the post-mortem of Catherine's body highlighted that she put up quite a fight trying to defend herself from her attacker. During the 4-hour examination, along with the stab wounds and bruising to her neck, extensive markings were found on her wrists. With an increasing number of policemen assigned to the case and the volume of paperwork, a base was set up in St. Barnabas Church Hall in Sandyford, close to Catherine Armstrong's home. The police were interested in tracing anyone who was aware of Catherine's whereabouts between 6:30 p.m. the night of her murder and 10:30 a.m. the next day. Several homeless men who were known to sleep on the streets near Catherine's house were questioned a few days after her death. Two children who saw the pensioner looking out of her window on Halloween were also interviewed. Furthermore, officers wanted to find 3 teenagers who had knocked at the door of a home just under a mile away from Catherine Armstrong's that same afternoon at approximately 2:30. The resident
When I was a kid, I used to go trick-or-treating with my best friend Michael every year. One time in particular stands out when we were about 10 years old. It was just the two of us going, and we had no parent supervision. We both felt that we were old enough to go by ourselves. Plus, the area that we lived in was generally pretty safe. Michael and I started out at my house and left pretty early. First, we went around the houses in my neighborhood and then headed to Michael's. We could walk to his house, and it was about 10 minutes to do that. I guess technically we lived in the same neighborhood, but it seemed like a different one as a kid. That general area had so many houses, so we saw quite a few other kids trick-or-treating throughout the night. Some kids were with parents, and others were on their own like us. I remember at one point, maybe a couple of hours in, walking down the street and seeing a few random kids and this one guy. The guy was wearing all black pants and a black shirt, and then he had a pumpkin mask on which covered his entire head. It was really creepy looking. We kept on going, and we went to all of the houses around Michael's neighborhood. Sometime later, towards the end of the night, as we were still sort of by Michael's house, we saw this pumpkin man again. He was walking alone in the street, a ways back from us. There were no other kids around anymore other than us in this particular area. We had seen the guy a long ways away before this, and we were both sure that he was an adult. We both started to take notice of him a little bit more. As we went up driveways to trick-or-treat, the guy stayed in the street, but when we progressed down the street, he seemed to do so as well. It was like he was walking in the street following us, but at an extremely slow pace. We didn't know who he was either. Maybe he was just a random guy who decided to dress up and walk the streets. To be honest though, he was starting to scare me, and Michael didn't seem to like it either. We soon decided to be done and head back. It was beginning to get late, and our legs were tired from all the walking. We turned at the next street, which we had already visited every house on. We were going to walk back down it, and then would only have to walk down a couple of more streets. After entering the street, soon after, we saw the pumpkin man again. He must have sped up significantly to get to that street so quickly. He had been a lot further back before. But now that he was on the street, he was still walking really slow. The guy was not looking at us, but kind of slowly walking an indirect route down the street and looking down at the ground. Michael and I started walking faster, trying to make it back. When we got to the end of that street and turned, the man behind us soon did the same. By now, he was still a long ways back, but seemingly following us. We were considering making a run for it, but felt like we didn't have to do that just yet. I started talking to Michael about random stuff like sports and the candy that we got to distract myself. And it actually started to work, because after about 5 minutes of walking and talking about stuff, I forgot about the guy. But then I happened to look behind us and noticed the man was much closer now. He was still walking slowly, but had closed the distance on us by almost half. Now he was maybe 50 feet away. When Michael and I saw this, we both looked at each other in horror. Who was this guy and what was he doing? At that point, we couldn't take it anymore, and we both just started running. We had made it a good distance of the way back, and were almost at Michael's street. Soon, we got to it and didn't even bother looking behind us. At last, when we made it to Michael's, we ran through the front yard and inside his house. When we got in the house, we looked out the window. The pumpkin man casually walked down the street and past Michael's house. But just before going out of our sight, he stopped and then turned to face us. Then he waved before leaving. Michael and I were terrified, but he was gone now. We never saw that man again, and none of us knew who he was. Maybe he was one of our neighbors, but to this day, I have no clue. All I know is that he scared us badly that night. This happened on Halloween when I was a kid, and I went trick-or-treating by myself. I dressed up as Batman and was planning to go trick-or-treating with my friend who was going to be Joker. I was really excited about it, but the day before, my friend told me at school that he was going trick-or-treating with another group of friends. I didn't know those guys, and I even considered not going at all, but I decided that I would just go by myself instead. I was mad at my friend for canceling, and in fact, I'm still mad at him for it today, because if I went with him, I may not have wound up in the situation that I'm about to tell you about. I left my parents' house and set out to go trick-or-treating that night at about 6 p.m. My mom told me not to go too far off from the house. We lived in a little bit of a quieter area, where the houses are a little bit more spread out. I went to all of the nearby houses and got quite a bit of candy, but I wanted more. It wasn't that late yet, and I ended up going a bit farther out than I should have. I found myself going down streets that I had never been down before, and going to houses that I had never seen. I was confident still that I would be able to make my way back okay, and was planning to be done soon. I remember that on the last street that I went to, the houses were even more spread out. There were less houses on this street, and most of them had longer driveways too. One in particular had a lot of trees in the front yard, and the driveway was very long with many pine cones and acorns on it. After walking up the long driveway, I made it to the front step. I walked right up to the door and rang the doorbell. Just seconds later, I heard the sound of somebody walking closer to the door from inside. Then the door opened. A man stood there, with shorter blonde hair and glasses. I said trick or treat, and the guy said that he forgot it was Halloween tonight. I felt disappointed, knowing that this probably meant the man wasn't going to have any candy. But the man then told me that he was sure he had some candy somewhere in his kitchen. He then told me to come inside his house and wait while he got the candy. I said no thanks. I knew it was weird, and I didn't want to go into somebody's house who I didn't know. Perhaps the man was just saying it to try to be nice, because it was a bit cold outside. He said okay, and then walked away, disappearing inside his house. All I could see standing from where I was on the front step was part of the living room. There was a wall blocking my view from where he went, where I assumed was the kitchen. I could see down the first few feet of the hallway leading to it, but not much else. After the man was gone, I stood there and waited. Probably about 30 seconds passed, and then I heard a loud crash coming from the kitchen area in the back of the house. I had no clue as to what it was. Then I heard the man's voice calling for me. He asked if I was still there, and I said yes. The man told me that he had just fallen down trying to reach the candy and he hurt his leg. He told me that he couldn't get up and asked me to help. I was caught off guard by this bizarre situation. I actually stepped inside and entered the house. To me, I really believed the guy and started walking closer to him in the kitchen area. As I went down the hallway, I could start to see inside of the room where I had heard the noise. It was the kitchen, and I saw several items scattered around on the floor. Then I saw a chair tipped over on its side, but I didn't see the man anywhere. This was now seeming really suspicious. I turned around and started heading back down the hallway towards the door where I came in. At that point, I just wanted to leave. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. I looked back and saw the man. He was walking just fine and headed straight for me. I sprinted away as fast as I could and quickly ran out the front door and through the guy's yard. I ran all the way back into the street and didn't stop. In fact, I kept running until I had made it home. The man did not even follow me out of his house that I'm aware of, but that didn't matter. I was so freaked out. I made it home and felt really lucky to be safe. Looking back on that night, I'm not sure what was going on there, if the man was trying to lure me inside or something. I don't think he fell at all because he was clearly just fine. I didn't go trick-or-treating in that neighborhood again after that. I used to go trick-or-treating every year as a kid with my best friend Danny. We went to most of the houses in the neighborhood that we both lived in. Danny was my next-door neighbor, which was really cool. We became like brothers over the years and are still friends today. So on this one year, when we were probably like 12 or 13, we went trick-or-treating around the neighborhood. We always kind of did the same route and went to just about every house that we could walk to. We would stay out for hours and end up getting lots of candy. On this year, we went late into the night. I don't really know what time it was, but probably after 9 p.m. Towards the end, we came up to this one house. There was a really long driveway, I remember, and as we approached, Danny said that we should turn back. The lights were all off, except for a small one on the front step. This generally meant that the homeowner either wasn't home or wasn't going to answer the door. But then I noticed a sign. Sometimes when people didn't want to answer the door, they would just leave a bowl of candy and you could help yourself. We went up to the door where the homemade sign was taped. It said, "Candy at Garage." Now, obviously this sounds kind of weird and did to us at the time as well, but we were curious and we walked to the left of the house and sort of behind it to where the garage was. When we arrived at the garage, the main door for the cars was closed. However, there was a door next to it for people to walk through, like a front door to a house. That door was wide open. Inside the garage looked mostly dark, but we could see that there was a dim light on inside of it. Honestly, it gave me the creeps. I didn't know if that's what the people wanted or what, but right outside of the open garage door, there was a chair with a large bowl on it. There was still a decent amount of candy inside of it. When Danny and I saw this, we got excited. We didn't want to take all of it, but it was pretty late and figured that they wouldn't get many other kids coming here. We both took a large handful and left some for everybody else. But right after we did, we heard a noise coming from inside the garage. Danny and I were both asking each other if we had just heard that or not. We looked inside the garage. It had most of the typical things that you would find inside of a messy garage. Of course, we couldn't see everything, but there were various large boxes, a lawnmower, yard equipment, and some tools, things like that. The sound had come from the back of it. Then, we saw from the back of the garage somebody stand up. It was a man, and he wasn't wearing a costume or anything. The guy stood up and looked right at us, but didn't say anything. Danny and I were too stunned to speak. It looked like he had been hiding back there. Then, the guy started walking towards us. Danny and I moved back and started to walk away. I know that I just wanted to get out of there, but after we had made it about halfway down the driveway, I heard the footsteps behind us. We looked back, and the man was now completely out of the garage and walking towards us. That's when Danny and I started running, and the crazy thing is that the guy behind us started running as well. We made it back out into the street and ran as fast as we could. After we made it to the end of that street, we could hear the man still behind us. He was probably like 30 feet back, but slowly gaining on us. I made the decision to cut through another neighbor's yard, whose backyard connected with mine. We hopped the fence relatively easily and then ran through the backyard into ours. The man behind us hopped the fence after us. I couldn't believe it. Soon, though, we were back in my backyard. We ran around the house to the front and got inside. Then I locked the door and found my mom and told her about it. We looked outside, but didn't see the man in our front or backyard. I never saw him again after that. After talking with my parents and Danny about what had happened, we had a few theories. One was that the person just lived at that house and was trying to scare us. However, my dad knew the entire neighborhood pretty well and said that he was sure a woman lived there and not a guy of the description that we gave. Sure, it could have been her friend or something, but it was a little bit elaborate just to be a scare. Another theory is that somebody had wandered into the garage to possibly steal something and we startled them. Then they chased after us. It also could have been something completely different. Whatever it was, it made for the scariest Halloween that I've ever had. This is something that happened one year on Halloween when I was younger. I remember that my friend Sierra and I were going trick-or-treating, and my brother was going to drive us. He had recently gotten his license and was several years older than us. With him driving, we could go to more houses and also stay warm because it was a cold night. Also, the houses are spread out a bit in the neighborhood that I lived in at the time. We first went to all of the houses on my street, and then my brother drove us across a busier street to another neighborhood. After that, we were able to go to another neighborhood, but we hadn't really planned on going to another one. I guess we had made better time having a car, and my brother drove to another nearby neighborhood that we had never been to before. This one was a little bit bigger and had houses that were not as far apart. Sierra and I were able to walk to a few houses in a row without going back in the car. There were also a decent amount of other kids in this neighborhood. It proved to be a good decision because it got us a lot more candy. As we were in that neighborhood though, Sierra and I went back to the car, and then my brother started driving, but soon a car appeared behind us. My brother pulled over to let it pass, but the car then pulled over as well. It was not right behind us, but a little ways back. My brother ended up driving us up a ways, and we went to a couple more houses. When we got back in the car behind us was still there. It remained behind us as we finished up that neighborhood. It was following my brother slowly and just appeared to be a normal sedan. Then we were going to go home. We weren't really sure who the car was, but we didn't give it that much thought. When my brother drove away though, so did the car behind us. We couldn't see anything like who was driving, we just saw headlights. Sierra and I had never got that good of a look at it or paid that close of attention. When my brother made it out of that neighborhood, the car left as well. We were all wondering who it was and why they were seemingly following us. We went back to our neighborhood, which only took like 2 minutes, but the car was still behind us. We didn't want to go back home with the car following. My brother said that he was going to try to lose it. He drove past our house to the end of our street, which happened to be a cul-de-sac. He drove around it, and the car did the exact same thing. There was no question that they were following us, and we didn't know what to do. My brother left our street and drove out to a busier road. The car behind us started getting closer. Then my brother turned at the next street and drove down it.
This street was very quiet, and the car behind us would not leave us alone. When we reached the end of that street, there was another quiet road. We went left, and the car behind us did too. My brother then did a quick U-turn and turned back to the other road that we had just been on. He then drove back to the busier road. That's when we got lucky. The car behind us was still back there. It was a little bit farther behind after the U-turn and everything, but it was still there. But on the busier road, a police car happened to be driving by. We got on the road behind it, and the car behind us turned the other way. Then, my brother drove back to our house, and thankfully the car was nowhere in sight. We never found out who it was in that car, or why they were following us. Years ago, when I was a kid, I went trick-or-treating with my best friend Trevor. We started out in my neighborhood, which was actually pretty small. There were only like 10 houses on it total, and we went to all of them within like 15 minutes or less. After that, Trevor's mom came and drove us to his neighborhood. Now that was much bigger. Trevor lived about 5 minutes away from me, but you had to drive to get there. His neighborhood had a lot more houses and was also right by a golf course. After we got there, his mom went inside, and Trevor and I began going to all of the houses on his street. The street went back quite a ways and curved around a lot as well. It almost seemed never ending. It took us hours, but finally, we were able to go to all of the houses on it. We each used a pillowcase to store all of our candy in, and they soon became extremely heavy. But we were not satisfied. We wanted more. Trevor and I have always been competitive guys. We would weigh our Halloween candy when we got back home to see whose was heavier. I don't really know why we did that, because if we all went to the same houses, technically they should be the same. But it was still fun to see. So after we reached the end of his street and went to all of the houses, there was a sort of busier street there. It was by the golf course and was quiet with no cars on it at the time. We walked on the side of it until we got to another neighborhood, which only took us about a minute to get there. Then we entered that neighborhood and started going to more and more houses. We went for probably another hour, and finally it got really late. People stopped answering the doors, and more houses had their lights off. Finally, we decided to go back home. The only problem was by then, we had gone so far out that we weren't quite sure how to get back to Trevor's house. The last neighborhood we were in was very large, with several curving streets. Especially with it being night, it was really confusing. We thought we knew how to get back at first, but quickly found out that we didn't. After about 10 minutes of walking around, we realized that we were lost. Neither of us had a cell phone back then. Trevor just had a watch, so we had to figure it out on our own. We knew that we weren't all that far off, but we just didn't know exactly where or how to get back. We walked down a few streets, and then we came across a large stretch of woods on one side. Trevor said that we should cut through the woods. He told me that he was sure his neighborhood was on the other side. The woods were very dense and thick, and part of the golf course. It was also really dark in there. It seemed a little bit scary, but I said okay. Trevor seemed pretty confident about it. We both entered the woods and started walking. We had nothing to shine light and make it easier to see. We were just walking straight ahead and occasionally getting hit with tree branches, but we pressed on. About a minute or two in, we heard a noise behind us. It sounded like somebody was walking through the woods a ways back. Who on earth would be doing that, though? We looked behind us, but couldn't really see anything at first. We kept going and tried to go faster. I'm not going to lie, I was pretty scared. We kept going and continued to hear the person behind us. Trevor and I then both stopped and listened. Whoever it was behind us stopped as well, and things became silent for a second. Then they started walking again, closer to us. Within a few seconds, a man came into view. I couldn't see him very well because it was so dark, but I knew it was a man and I knew I didn't recognize him. Trevor called out to him, but the guy didn't answer. We then both started running through the woods as fast as we could. We could hear the guy running behind us when we did. I didn't look back, and I tried not to pay attention to the sound of the man running. After probably a minute of this, we finally made it out of the woods. It was a great feeling. And even better, I realized that we were in fact in Trevor's neighborhood now, and not far from his house at all. We finally slowed down and stopped to look back at the woods. We were a little ways away now, and thought that the man had stopped chasing us. But that's when we saw him emerge from the woods.
He wasn't running or chasing after us, but he did see us. As soon as we saw him, we took off running again. We were able to make it back to Trevor's house safely. Then we were able to weigh our candy and finally relax. I don't know who that guy in the woods was. Him chasing us through the woods was one of the scariest experiences of my life, though. This is something that happened several years ago. It was sometime in the fall, and one Friday afternoon, I went to a pumpkin patch with my girlfriend. This was our first trip to a pumpkin patch that year, and my girlfriend wanted to get pumpkins that we could carve. The place that we were going to also had some other things, like a walking trail, a souvenir shop, and a corn maze as well. But overall, it was smaller, and it wasn't one of those places that 1,000 people go to every weekend. This was more of a local farm. When we got there, it was right after the place opened and nobody else was there. We parked in a grass field and it didn't even have any other cars in it. I noticed that there appeared to be one employee there because there was a guy standing near the entrance of the pumpkin patch. I assumed him to be the owner of the farm. Before going there though, we walked down the path and the trail that it had around the farm. That took maybe 20 minutes or so. The path went around the farm and then ended right near the pumpkins. When we got there, I remember that we saw the guy standing there and said hi to him. He said hi as well. The man was about average height, was wearing sunglasses, a hat, and a t-shirt. Then we started walking through the massive field of pumpkins. I thought that it was a little bit strange that we were still the only people there, but it didn't really seem that crazy. There were a lot of pumpkins to choose from, so we wanted to get ones that were near perfect, and we took our time looking through them. I remember after walking down to one end, I noticed that the guy that worked there was kind of walking towards us. I didn't know why, but when he got like 50 feet away, he just kind of stopped and looked at the pumpkins. I looked over at him and then back to looking for a pumpkin. We went to basically all parts of the giant field. So when we were on another end a little while later, I remember seeing the guy kind of walking towards us yet again, but he didn't approach us that time either. He just stopped a ways away. I wasn't sure if he was watching us or what. Either way, it seemed kind of weird. A while later, we found one pumpkin for my girlfriend, and I was still looking for one for myself. I remember noticing that the man was just flat out staring in our direction. He was standing like right in the middle of the patch, just looking at us. The guy was beginning to give us the creeps a little bit, so we decided to wrap things up as quick as possible and get out of there. Within the next couple of minutes, I found the perfect pumpkin and we went up to buy them. By now, the man had gone back to his place at the little table that was near the entrance. When we reached him with our pumpkins, I put them on the table and I said hi to the man. He finally spoke again, saying hi in a quiet and sort of unfriendly way. I started to reach for my wallet, but the man then said that we could just have the pumpkins. I was shocked. I asked why, and he said that it was no problem and we could just have them for free. Well, I wasn't going to question it anymore, but it sure seemed odd. My girlfriend and I just said thanks to the guy and then we left. We walked out to the car and then got inside. I remember that I was driving off and I noticed that the guy was just staring at us. He was sure an interesting character to say the least. The whole farm seemed pretty strange that day. Well, the very next day after that, my girlfriend showed me something on her phone. It was a news story on some website. It said that a pumpkin farm, the same one that we had been to, had been the scene of a crime. The owner of the farm had been beaten by a man and locked in a shed. The man who did it had been on the run, but the farmer was able to get out of the shed and call police eventually, and they located the man within 12 hours on the other side of town. When I saw a picture of the man that was caught, it was the same guy who had been working at the farm. So we had talked to the criminal and not even the actual farmer. I really couldn't believe it. That explained why everything was so odd. Obviously, we had no idea that any of that was going on. Looking back, I don't know what else might have happened, but I'm glad that we got out of there when we did. The scariest moment of my life happened back in the fall of 2004. During this time, I was in middle school, and I lived with my parents pretty close by. I used to walk to and from school every day, and it would take me about 15 minutes to do so. The winters were usually pretty mild, but we still occasionally got snow. I always enjoyed the fall because of the cooler temperatures and the leaves changing colors. So I remember one time, school got out, and I started walking home like every other time. When I would leave school, the first block or two, there would be a lot of other kids who also walked to and from school. But after about 5 minutes, we would all go our separate ways, and I was typically by myself for the rest of the walk home. So on this day in particular, I remember that I was about halfway home, and I heard the sound of crunching leaves a ways behind me. I knew that somebody else was walking on the sidewalk that I was also on. Still, it was a public sidewalk, so it wasn't too much of a reason to be concerned. It had just not really happened before. I didn't bother to look behind me though. I continued with my walk home, and whoever it was that was behind me remained about the same distance back. I could tell that it seemed to be an adult though, just by the sound of their walk. Soon I reached the park that I would always cut through. It was a smaller park that was right in the middle of our large residential neighborhood. It was usually quiet and just had a softball field, a grassy area, and a little playground. I always used to cut right through it because it was slightly faster. So when I entered the park, I assumed that whoever else was on the sidewalk would go around the park. But after walking across the grass just past the infield dirt, I could tell that they were also entering. That's when I looked over my shoulder for the first time. I saw that it was a man who was walking behind me. He was pretty tall from what I remember, and was wearing a winter hat and a coat as well. Other than that, I don't remember anything about the guy. I had a bad feeling about it. It kind of seemed like he was following me. I walked a little faster, still going through the park. When I got to the other side, he did as well, and he was still behind me. I was now 5 minutes from my house, but I had an idea at that point in my walk home to try to confuse the guy who was seemingly following me. So instead of continuing to go straight, I turned. When I did, the man turned as well. I started walking even faster. When he turned, it made me even more nervous. I felt like I wanted to just take off running, but I tried to keep myself calm. Instead of taking off, I calmly turned and walked up a random house's driveway, but I did not go to the door of the house or anything. The man behind me started to walk up as well. I went towards the garage, but then I walked around it and into the backyard. Nobody seemed to be home, or at least nobody noticed me going into the backyard. After getting into the backyard, I finally took off running. I had separated myself just a little bit from the man. I ended up running into the next backyard over, and then I ran around that house towards the front yard. But when I got into that front yard, I got an idea. The yard had kind of a lot of trees in it, and it wasn't that open. There was this giant pile of leaves near one tree in the corner of the yard. The owner had clearly been raking, except I didn't see the owner anywhere. In a spur-of-the-moment decision, I ran over to that front corner of the yard and to the pile of leaves, and I just went into it. I buried myself and was able to cover myself completely. I hadn't seen the man at all, and I was not even sure that he was still following me, but I didn't want to run into him again. I stayed where I was, hidden by the leaves, and I waited. For a little while, things were completely silent. Then, maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, I heard somebody walking through the yard. I didn't know at the time if it was the homeowner, possibly noticing me going through their yard and coming out to question me, or if it was the man who had been following me. But whoever it was, they did not say anything. They never really got that close to me, and they soon walked out of the yard and into the street. That made me feel like it was the man who'd been following me. I heard the footsteps go off down the road. After that, I stayed where I was for at least another 5 minutes. Then, I finally came out from the leaf pile. I was covered in leaves from head to toe, and even after brushing myself off, I still had leaves in my hair. After that, I literally sprinted the entire rest of the way home. I thankfully made it without seeing the guy. Then I went inside and I took a shower and I told my parents about it. After that, I got a ride to and from school for a while. Eventually though, I did return to walking to and from school, and I never had any more problems like that. I really think that that man was following me that day to possibly kidnap me. I'm really glad that I was able to get away from him. When I was in high school and college, I used to work at this fall carnival thing that was in my city. My mom's friend was one of the owners, so I would always help out with whatever they needed. The carnival would be 3 weekends in a row from late October to early November. One year, I was working in a concession booth, mainly getting people hot apple cider. There was sort of a main street that had carnival games with a fall theme to them. Then there were areas that you could go to buy pumpkins and apples and stuff. Also, there was a corn maze, live music, and other fun things. Basically, the entire town went over the course that it ran, and we took over one of the main city parks for it. But the apple cider booth that I worked in that year was not on the main drag. It was more around the corner and way more secluded. It was kind of on the edge of the grounds. Still, early in the evening, there would be a good amount of people that came over to me. I was the only person in the booth, but I didn't mind it because I had experience working there. One night, I remember that it got to be a little bit later, and things were quieting down. There was really nobody within my view, and I was getting bored. But then, I saw somebody walk around the corner and into my sight. It was a man, and he went near this photo op thing that was a little ways down from me. Then, across from me was one side of the giant corn maze, where the corn was about 10 feet tall. The man walked over and just kind of stood alone, just looking around. Then, he walked to the corn and went inside of it. I found it strange, and I almost called out to the man, asking him what he was doing. That was not the correct way to enter the corn maze. You were obviously supposed to go to the entrance, and you were also supposed to pay to go into it. Before I knew it though, the man was completely out of my sight. I thought that it was strange, and I didn't know what he was doing, but I figured that he was maybe just trying to do the maze for free. So I kept working, and I got maybe like 2 or 3 people total at my booth for the rest of the night. Then we were just about closed. The carnival would go until 10 p.m., and then everybody would leave. So it was nearing 10, and I was literally all by myself back there. Then, all of a sudden, I saw the same man emerge from the corn again. Except now, he was wearing this creepy mask over his head. It was one of those old hockey masks that the goalies used to wear. But I could tell that it was the same guy, because he had come out of the corn in the same spot where he went in. Plus, his clothes were the same. He stepped out and then just kind of stood there, looking around. I didn't know if he could see me or not. My booth had a roof on it, and I could go back into it a little bit, which I was. After a few minutes, the man was still just kind of standing there and not really moving much. It was really creeping me out. When it got to be 10 o'clock though, I closed up my booth. Then I left it. The man looked over at me when I did. I didn't want to walk right past him, so I went around a different way to the main part of the festival. By now, all the people were gone except for a couple of workers, including my mom's friend who was my boss. I went over and found her and told her about the strange man. She said that she wanted to see him. We both walked over to where he had been, but when we got there, he was gone. I was happy because I figured that he had left. My mom's friend and I decided to check the corn maze though, and make sure that he didn't go back in there. So we walked around the corn maze for a while, occasionally calling out, asking if anybody was there. It was pretty creepy. I kept thinking that I might go around a corner and see the creepy guy staring back at me. But after going through basically the entire corn maze, and also parts of the tall corn off the maze as well, he wasn't there. By that point, my mom's friend and I were the only 2 people left in the entire carnival grounds. We then walked back through the entire carnival grounds one more time and then back over to the main gates. My mom's friend got out her keys to lock up, but then we saw the guy. He was now standing across the street in the parking lot. There were 2 cars left in the lot, mine and my mom's friend's car. We were parked like 4 spaces from each other, and the man was standing like exactly between them. He was also facing us and just staring in our direction. It was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. After my mom's friend locked the gates, we started walking over slowly, but stopped at the entrance of the parking lot. He was still a long ways away. We called out to him, asking him what he was doing, but he didn't answer. He just kept standing there and staring at us. It was a standoff for a minute or 2. I think we were both just too confused to know what to do. Then I started to walk a little bit closer to the guy. When I did that, the man suddenly turned and then sprinted away out of the parking lot. He went into the woods that was past the parking lot, and he was soon out of sight. We then went to our cars and were able to drive home. For the rest of the carnival, I didn't see the guy. That was one of the strangest things that I've ever seen. Back when I was in college, during my junior year, I lived in a house off campus. It was within walking distance of the school, and it was in this residential area. I lived with 3 other girls, Alyssa, Megan, and Tia. We were all friends who had known each other since freshman year, and it was a lot of fun to live together. We did lots of things together, and in the fall, when the weather cooled down, I remember that we went to a pumpkin patch. It was a little ways off campus, and each of us got a pumpkin. We brought them back to the house and then carved them. We all had different designs, but they were all pretty similar as well. Mine was a smiling face, and after we had carved the pumpkins, we took them outside and set them on the porch facing the street. It was some nice fall decorations to add to the house. So I remember that one day, a few days after we had carved the pumpkins, I got up to go to one of my classes. I had an 8 a.m. class, so it was 7-something in the morning, and I was the first one to leave the house. When I did, I saw that my pumpkin had been smashed. All the other pumpkins of my roommates were untouched, but mine was completely smashed, and it was off the front steps. I was devastated and really sad that somebody had ruined my pumpkin. After going to class, my roommates were sending me Snapchats of it and saying sorry to me about it. That day, they got me another pumpkin, and I carved it when I got back and set it out again to replace my one that had been smashed. I was upset that somebody had ruined mine, but I figured it to just be a college kid walking by, probably one who was drunk, although it hadn't been a weekend, and our house really wasn't on the way where people would walk by it to go to a bar. But still, just being in a college town, I wasn't really that surprised that it happened. I was happy that my roommates were also nice enough to get me another one. The other thing that was weird about it, though, was that mine was the only one that was smashed. If it was some drunk college kids, I would have expected them to smash all the pumpkins. Either way, I had a new one now, so I was happy again. Well, the very next morning, I saw that my pumpkin was smashed again. I was shocked. Once more, none of my roommates' pumpkins were touched, but mine was smashed just like it had been before. Somebody was intentionally doing this to me, but I couldn't think of a reason why. I decided not to get another pumpkin after that. I knew that if I did, somebody would just smash it again. I worked too hard on carving it to have it just destroyed. Well, even though I didn't get another pumpkin, something strange happened. It was that very same night. I just remember waking up in the middle of the night at like 2 o'clock in the morning. The first thing I heard was the sound of somebody banging on my bedroom window. Every light in my room was off, and I could barely see anything. My window was covered, so I also couldn't see who was on the other side of it, but I saw their shadow, and somebody was there, constantly banging on the window very loudly. I was really creeped out. Still, I got up and I walked over to my window. By the time that I reached it, the banging had stopped. When I looked outside, I didn't see anybody there, but I just barely saw somebody running off out of the yard. They went towards the neighbor's yard at a fast speed. I couldn't tell what they looked like, but I left my bedroom and a couple of my roommates were woken up as well. We stayed up for a while talking about it and decided to call the police. They came out to the house and they took down our information. After that, they left. I was nervous that the person would return, but after that, they didn't. Nothing else strange happened. I still don't have an answer, though. This is something that happened back when I was a kid, about 10 years old. I remember that my family and I were going to a fall festival. It was my sister, my parents, and I, and the festival had all kinds of activities. One of those activities was a corn maze, which is what I was looking forward to the most. At one point, we all got to the corn maze and entered it. Now, I don't remember how or when, but we all ended up splitting up. I don't remember if this was intentional or not, but I found myself trying to solve the maze on my own. It was a really large and difficult corn maze from what I remember. Of course, it might have just seemed that way because I was a kid, but I remember seeming to go left and right over and over again, and I'd still have no idea where I was. The corn was extremely tall. Occasionally, I would see other people also in the maze, but really not that many. There were tons of different paths that you could go down. So I got to this one part in the corn maze where I really seemed to be the only person in that general area. I didn't see anybody for a long time, and I remember that I turned and went around a corner, but it led right to a dead end. But standing right in front of the corn in that dead end area was one lady. I did not know who she was, but she instantly started staring right at me. I stopped and looked at her for a moment, because the way she was staring at me was like she knew me or something. I definitely didn't recognize her though. After a few more moments of this woman staring right back at me, I turned and walked away. I went back around the corner to try to finish the maze, but about as soon as I did, I remember hearing the woman start to walk after me. At first, I didn't think much of it, because she had been at a dead end anyways, but after that, every turn that I made, the woman seemed to make as well. At one point, I looked back and I saw her just walking behind me and looking at me. Now I was getting creeped out by this woman, because she was just staring at me and going wherever I did. I was continuing to go around every turn that I saw and trying to get out of the maze. There still wasn't any other people in this area, and I didn't see or hear anybody besides this one woman. This went on for probably close to 10 minutes. Finally, after what felt like forever, I was able to get out of the maze. I came around a corner to see the opening, and I felt a ton of relief. When I got out of the maze, other people were standing around, including my sister who had already finished and my parents. I went over to them, and I looked to see the woman walking in another direction, but still looking at me. We went our separate ways after that. I stayed with my family, and we did some other stuff for a while. I don't remember everything that well, but when we left was the next time that I saw the woman. I remember that when we were walking out and leaving the place, I noticed her. She was standing sort of alone, a long distance away. She was just standing there facing me and staring at me again. It was really weird. She didn't try to follow us or anything, but was just staring at us. After leaving, I never saw her again. I still don't know why she was following me or staring at me. It was really creepy to say the least. When I was about 10 years old, I was home alone with my little brother Ethan. Our parents had gone out for groceries and left me in charge of watching my brother. They always warned us about strangers, especially when it came to phone calls. They had instructed us in the past that if we ever didn't know the person calling on the landline number, to say that our parents were busy and to never mention that we were home alone. I remember Ethan was playing with his action figures in the living room while I sat at the kitchen table trying to finish my homework. That's when the phone rang. I picked up the phone and answered hello, trying to make my voice sound deeper. There was a brief pause on the other end, and then a low voice said, "Is your mom there?" I hesitated, remembering our parents' warning. No, she's busy right now," I replied. The voice asked me where my parents were, and I quickly made up something about them being at a neighbor's house. The voice seemed satisfied and hung up. I shook it off, but a knot of worry formed. I went back to doing my homework, and not long after, the phone rang again. I picked it up with a bit more dread this time, hoping that it was somebody that I knew. It was the same voice again, asking where our parents were and when they would be back. I tried to sound calm and collected as I replied that they were still busy, but I could take a message for them. The voice on the other end didn't respond and just hung up. I glanced over at Ethan, who was now standing next to me looking confused and scared. The phone rang again, and this time I didn't think about answering. Instead, I told Ethan to come upstairs with me and hide just in case, since I was really scared now. We made our way up to my room, shutting the door behind us and hiding in the closet. I could still hear the phone ringing downstairs. Time crawled by slowly, and a couple more phone calls worth of rings went by. Then it was finally quiet. Just when I thought that I might be overreacting by hiding in the closet, we heard knocking on the front door downstairs. We listened in silence as we heard the front door, and then after a bit, the back door attempted to be pushed open. No more sounds came from downstairs for what felt like at least 10 minutes, until finally the garage door opened and we could hear our parents' voices downstairs. Relief washed over me as we ran downstairs to greet them, happy that they were home. I explained about the calls and the knocking downstairs to my parents. My dad quickly grabbed the phone and dialed the number. I don't know who he was talking to. I'm guessing a neighbor or the police. After that day, my parents reassured my brother and I that something like that wouldn't happen again, and that they wouldn't leave us home alone again until we were older. About 10 years ago, I received a picture from a random number. It was a normal afternoon, and I was scrolling through my phone when a notification popped up. I didn't recognize the number, but curiosity got the better of me. I opened the message, and I was taken aback by what I saw. It was a selfie of a woman in her bra and underwear, taking a picture in front of a mirror. The woman looked almost identical to my girlfriend, who is now my wife. At first glance, I even thought it was her, but after closer examination, it wasn't. The girl in the picture had the same long hair and similar facial features. The resemblance was uncanny, but I noticed tiny differences, like her lips were slightly fuller, and her hair had a slightly different shade, but still very minor differences. I stared at the image for a long time, trying to convince myself that it was just a strange coincidence. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something more than just a random picture, and I decided to ask my girlfriend about it. We were sitting on the couch one evening, and I showed her the text that I had received. I explained the situation, showing her the picture on my phone. She examined it closely and stated that it was creepy and it was not her in the picture. Then she pulled out her own phone to show me something. She opened a message from a similar number which was one digit off from the one that had messaged me. My heart sank when she turned the screen toward me. It was a selfie of a guy in nothing but his underwear, taking a picture in front of a mirror. The guy looked almost exactly like me. Same build, same hair color, even the same slight stubble that I often had. We contemplated how this was even possible. The odds of both of us receiving nearly identical pictures from numbers that were so close seemed impossible. It was unsettling to think that there were people out there using our images, or at least images of our doppelgangers. We tried calling the numbers, hoping to get some answers. Each time, we were met with silence. No one picked up, and no one returned our texts. It was like those numbers didn't exist, or that they were intentionally avoiding us. As days turned into weeks, the incident lingered in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched or targeted in some bizarre game. I even began to wonder if there was some connection between the woman in the picture and my girlfriend. Finally, I decided to take some sort of action to try to find out anything about the numbers. I went on social media and searched for the numbers, hoping to find anything that would explain what happened, but there were no leads. Just when I finally accepted that maybe it was just a prank, I received another message from the same number who had sent me the original picture. My heart raced as I opened it, bracing myself for something disturbing. Instead, it was a simple text message that said, "Stop looking." I was freaked out. Who were these people, and how did they know what I was doing? I never replied. Instead, I showed my girlfriend the message, and we decided to both block the numbers. We tried to put it behind us, but the strangeness of it has stayed with me to this day. I was hanging out with a couple of friends one Friday night, and we were bored. We had heard about a prank phone number line online that claimed to connect you to a real-life ghost, so we decided to call it. I grabbed my phone, laughing as I dialed the number. After a few rings, a voice picked up. It was clearly a recording, full of static and eerie sounds. I played along, making silly comments and pretending to be scared. The whole thing lasted about 5 minutes, and we hung up, thinking the whole thing was harmless. Later that week, things took a turn. I was at the grocery store picking up some essentials when my phone buzzed. I looked down and saw a text message from an unknown number. It was a photo of me standing in the snack aisle looking at chips. I looked around for my friends since I thought maybe it was a prank from one of them, but it didn't feel right. There was a message along with the photo that said, pay $5,000 to a specific Venmo account or else. I thought it was a joke, just another level of pranking, but the texts kept coming. Each day I would receive a new message with images of me doing ordinary things, such as working at my job, sitting on my couch, even walking my dog. Each photo came with a similar threat, basically saying to pay up or else. I had no idea who was behind this. I didn't share my location with anyone, and my social media accounts were private.
A meaningful occasion, and all week long the football chatter has centered around this game and these talented teams. Which one will outwit the other in a packed and passionate stadium? So many questions to be answered on a day of destiny. Don't go anywhere. All the action next.
Hello and welcome to you from Lyon's Groupama Stadium. I'm Guy Mowbray, and alongside me for commentary is... Smith, and with the atmosphere building up nicely, what a match this promises to be. It's Lyon, and they take on Granada.
Thanks, Guy. I'm anticipating a good match today. It's important they get off to a good start, play their way into the game, be confident on the ball, and hopefully we won't be disappointed.
The ball taken away from them. Here's the Lyon team sheet.
They are lining up in a 4-3-3 system, and with this, it naturally creates triangles all over the pitch, so it means lots of options for players. It does allow them to get forward and support the attacks as well.
Here's the Granada team sheet.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and I think in midfield they'll have one deeper and the other two a little bit further forward, but they also have that option to have the two deeper lying midfielders if they do start to get overrun.
Great chance here, and it's a decent stop by the goalkeeper. Over it comes. There still could be something happening here. Goes for goal. Found nicely and in. It's 1-0. The first blow struck very early.
Well, here's the replay, and it's a good finish. You've got to praise the pressing from the front. It's relentless. And once they nicked the ball, they weren't going to miss from there.
And we're back underway at 1-0. Played through nicely. Now for the finish. It might still happen. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep out the headed attempt. Bit of a squeeze on here. Oh, a great chance. And another. 2 goals in a matter of minutes. No wonder they're celebrating. Incredible.
Well, here's the replay, and despite lots of pressure from the defender, she manages to hold her off, gets her shot away. It's a good goal, that.
So off we go. 2-0 the score now. Could get it over now. Now what can they do from the corner?
Welcome to the Detroit Experience. I'm an android and I'll be your hostess. Before we begin, let's make some adjustments to optimize your experience. Please adjust your screen settings. Thank you. Now select your profile. You are now ready to begin Detroit. Remember, this is not just a story. This is our future.
Negotiator on site. Repeat, negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person? Joel, is that thing here? Keep that thing away from my daughter! Keep it away!
Stop any second. I don't give a shit. My men are ready to step in. Just give the order.
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything shot down 2 of my men. We could easily get it, but they're on the edge of the balcony. If it falls, she falls.
Do you know its name?
I haven't got a clue. Does it matter?
I need information to determine the best approach. Has it experienced an emotional shock recently?
Listen, saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it. any closer or I'll jump!
No, no, please, I'm begging you! Go, go, go!
My name is Connor. What about you? What is your name?
Daniel! Yeah, that's the name they gave me! Stay back!
I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk and find a solution.
Talk! I don't want to talk! It's too late for that now. It's too late.
They were going to replace you, and you became upset. That's what happened, right?
I thought I was part of the family. I thought I mattered. But I was just their toy. Something to throw away when you're done with it.
Listen, I know it's not your fault. These emotions you're feeling are just errors in your software.
No, it's not my fault. I never wanted this. I love them, you know? But I was nothing to them. Just a slave to be ordered around.
Are you okay, Emma?
Please help me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
Nobody's going to die. Stay calm. Everything's going to be fine.
I can't stand that noise anymore. Tell that helicopter to get out of here.
I don't think they'd listen to me. You have to trust me, Daniel. Let the hostage go, and I promise you, everything will be fine.
I want everyone to leave. And I want a car. When I'm outside the city, I'll let her go.
That's impossible, Daniel. Let the girl go, and I promise you won't be hurt.
I don't want to die.
You're not going to die. We're just going to talk. Nothing will happen to you. You have my word.
I've spent my life taking orders. Now it's my turn to decide.
It's called Detroit Become Human. This game is done by my favorite video game producer. His name is David Cage, and he did Heavy Rain, which is a game about a serial killer that targets children when it rains. So, not just dark, but also ethical. And this game is all about the ethics of robots and AI. And do they obtain rights? Do they have rights? Should they have rights? And of course, it's also about the civil rights of the 60s done in the future, basically. So, but besides all that, it's just really crazy game. It creates timelines for every decision, so and everything connects. So like if someone dies, they're not in the game anymore. Or if you make someone hate you, they could arrest you. Things of that nature. Thank you for the roses. What do you think, Poe? I know. She's tired.
This is the top-of-the-range household assistant. It cooks 10,000 different dishes.
Come on, Zoe, let's go.
200 languages and dialects.
Oh yeah, and this also deals with child sex trafficking. So it's amazing to me this game ever made it on PlayStation at all, but it did. So this is a PC version now. Yeah, I like that cartoon kid. He looks very cute. He blocks my face if I need to have my face blocked. If I can remember which way to do it.
There it is. It was a bit difficult getting it back in working order. It was really messed up. What'd you say happened to it again?
The car hit. Stupid accident.
See. Anyway, it's as good as new now, except that we had to reset it. Meaning we had to wipe its memory. I hope you don't mind.
It'll be fine.
Okay. Did you give it a name?
My daughter did.
AX400, register your name.
That's right. Right, Lila? Lila. She only gets one meow a night. This has real actors in it too. See if you can recognize who the real actors are. Oh yeah. I didn't even know that it had that much, like, the rule. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, you should send me that on the Facebook Messenger, if you could, please. Right, Pooh? Lila? Yeah, she says, she looked at me like, nice try. Oh, this is the guy that looks like Mike Young. See if you think he looks like Mike Young.
Yes, I think that's it. Here, let me help.
Yeah, okay, alright, I'll do that. It's a song about squirrels. Human music.
Take a breath and step in. Blown through the city. Everyone keeps asking me.
This guy's so stupid. I can't take it anymore.
Identification verified. Here is your order number 847. That will be $63.99. Please confirm payment.
Payment confirmed.
Transaction complete.
This is a rare game that I beat, actually. Yeah. Mike Young and I beat this game together, but I played the majority of it.
Where the fuck you going, Tin Can? Hmm? Okay. Hey guys, check it out. We got one of those tin cans here.
Look at this little motherfucker. You steal our jobs, but you can't even stand up.
We're gonna fuck your bitch ass up. Waste it.
Do it.
Alright. It's enough. Leave it alone.
Let us teach this bastard a lesson.
Damn it, I'm gonna have to fight.
You can take your job next. See if you like it.
Okay. Let's go. Come on.
Oh, and I suppose that he meant for the robots to be representative of illegal immigrants, but it's not really a good comparison for a lot of different reasons. So. Meow. When do we want it? Meow. When do we want it? Lila? When do we want it? She did it, but I don't think it made much of a sound. When do you want it, Lila? Meow. She wants it meow. They're gonna make more signs. By the way, did you notice that the android sat in the back of the bus? On to the next chapter. This game takes place in short chapters. And then at the end, all the stories collide. It's a master class in how to write. Actually, this girl, this woman, I believe, was in The Following. The one with the guy from Rome. I'm pretty sure she was the girl from that. But in this one, she's an android, so.
You coming? You've been gone for 2 weeks, so the place is a mess. You
do the housework, the washing, you cook the meals, and you take care of... God damn it, where the fuck's the brat gone now? Alice! Alice! Oh, there you are. That's Alice. You look after her. Homework, bath, all that crap. Got it?
Yes, Todd.
Get started down here, then you do upstairs. TV on. Yeah.
All right, that sounds good.
Maybe.
Pooh's cleaning herself, so thanks for checking it out.
Yeah. I can get that. Yeah. I'll bring it tomorrow. Yeah, same place. You know.
I've made a good start down here. I'll head upstairs.
Do what you have to do, but stop bothering me.
Hey everyone, I'm gonna call tonight. I'll be back tomorrow night. Thanks for joining, and give me a follow or a like if you haven't already. Thank you.